Oh, hi. I poked you in the eye. So is it working now? I just got a message on Discord saying that like the stream like shit the bed. I don't know. Maybe I was getting too real for YouTube and they said they were like, let's kick this guy out of here. This can't be allowed. Hey, what's up? So is it working again? It's buffering a bit. Oh, that's horse shit. I should have like crazy connection here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's buffering. What? Okay. Let me try something. Okay? Okay? Now it's pretty good. Well, we're not going to deal with pretty good. I want it to be it's working fine for you. It's fine. Like, perfect. Buffered for 5 seconds just now. What the fuck is going on? Check your music. Young change. How's this stream look for you, man? Is it tripping? Or what? Like, what's the deal, y'all? Okay, it's great. Alright, well then, what the fuck? You know? I won't worry about it then. I was about ready to, like, get out. You know, I was about ready to, like, close out of YouTube and, like, restart it and, you know, reconnect. And sometimes you gotta do that shit, you know? Sup. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But I think I'm going to head out of this house and go out into the band room and get away from this whining dog. And 'cause she's just going to drive me nuts. You know, she just wants food, like, all the time, even though we just fed her. And, yeah, I'm going to go out in the band room and pass this on to my wife. Yeah, they never do. I mean, I've got 3 routers in this house. I've got, well, not on the property. I've got, you know, the one in this room. There's one in this room. And I've got one at the back of the house, and I've got one in the band room. You know, so I don't know. YouTube can like eat shit. You know, I don't know what the problem is. So we're gonna migrate. Road trip. Hey, go get mama. Go get mom. Go tell her. Go tell mom. All right, you can look at the BAM sign. Oh. It's hidden. Bam! Mab! Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go do something real quick. Okay. Magicals. Yeah, she's a brat. We've spoiled her. We've ruined the dog. So go this way. Hey, sup, dude? How you doing? I was just heading out to the band room. Dropped a like. Well, thanks, homie. Keep it real, man. Thanks for stopping by and being a badass. Okay. Pull up my britches. Okay. Whew. Rock on, man. Keep it real. So, hey, CJ, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you the chick that's down in South America? I think. If I don't even know if you're still here. I don't remember the last time you said something. A little bit ago. Maybe you're still here. Maybe you're not. If you're who I think you are, I've stumbled into your lives a couple times, and it seems like you're just in there kind of dealing with stupid asses. Oh, right. There's some Canadian chick who's like down in South America or somewhere. At least that's what she says or has said. I thought, oh, I don't know. I don't know. You do lives, right? I just feel like that might be where I know you from. No, no lives. Okay, well then it wouldn't be you then. Um, yeah, I don't even remember the chick's name. You know, you have cat videos. Okay. No, this chick is like she's always like it always looks like it's nighttime and she's like being illuminated by her phone and she's like just telling everybody to fuck off because everybody in the stream is like just being stupid and young or perverted or whatever. And whatever, I thought maybe that was you. And I swear she mentioned that she came from Canada and she moved somewhere else and now she's living here and, you know, screw everywhere else. This place is the shit. Um, I don't know. Okay. Um, huh. Do you know Viola? Viola, V. Okay. That's where I've heard of you then. She was telling me that she shared my link somewhere and some girl named CJ might be showing up. And she's cool, but some other dude who's like some other dude that's like not cool and kind of like a squid might be showing up and to keep an eye out for him. Okay, no, I'm putting it together here. Sorry. Marry you? Why? Just why? Okay, right on. Well, thanks for coming by and checking me out and stuff. That's cool. And I think anybody that comes from Viola that she is intending to send my way will probably be pretty cool, you know. But anybody that she like, if she posts something and then just anybody comes in, you know, YouTube is kind of like it's you go, it's let out to the masses, right? And the world is full of the world, and the world is full of dipshits, right? I think we're all old enough to know that. So, I mean, we've run into them just in our own lives. So, uh, and we don't know everyone, right? YouTube knows everyone. So, um, it knows all the dipshits. All the dipshits, all the perverts, all the weirdos, all of them. Who the heck is this person? Just another dipshit. uh, yeah, no, I'm just a guy who plays in a band, and I live up in Washington State, and you know, I'm very opinionated about certain things, and but I'm chill about pretty much everything. But this is the band room, you know. Give you a little look around. There's the drum set. Back there is the bass amp. Over there's one of the guitar amps. And the room's covered in that Halloween esque soundproofing stuff. And yeah, we make very loud noise in here. So Whereabouts in Canada are you from? Like, I'm not asking for your address or anything, but what province? Yes. Tommy Tom, Northern Alberta. Burr. What's the weather like right now? I'm sure it's pretty decent, depending on your elevation. Everybody on my mom's side is Canadian, um, and like like my mom is Canadian, right? And my dad's dad was Canadian, so I'm Canadian going in on both sides, right? But my dad was born here. I was born here, but everyone on my mom's side, they're like from Canada, and they never got their citizenship, because they all hated America so much. Um, they, yeah, they did not like America. 60. That's comfortable. Um, but yeah, some of my family members actually got deported back to Canada, because they got caught selling drugs and stuff. And you know, I just think it's kind of funny, because right now here there's like this big ICE bullshit, where you got these people that you know came here illegally and they're being deported, right? And everybody's raising a stink, right? And me, as someone who's actually had my family members deported, I have zero problem with it at all. No problem. So I look at these people and they came here illegally. They came here totally legal and lived here legally. They didn't get their citizenship or whatever. I forget what it's called, but you might know what it's called, because whatever. But that's how they were staying here, was through that agreement or whatever. But if you don't get your citizenship and you get caught doing things illegal, they just send you back, you know. And yeah, I care about these people. I love them. They're my family. But you know, my mom's dad, my grandfather was born in Iowa. Came up here in 18. Wow. Okay. Right. Some of them are, yeah, yeah. Some of them are very, very bad people. Some of them aren't even from Mexico. You know what I'm saying? There's people that are going to Mexico and then coming up from Mexico to the United States, and these people are um, like radical Muslims and shit. Um, and then you've also got, Mexican criminals that are coming up too, you know. And now, like you said, Croc, this isn't everyone. It's happening. It's not everyone, but it's happening. You know, and but they want to send everyone back that hasn't come here legally. You know, and to give you an idea of how easy it is to get across the border, just to give you an idea, when I was a kid, my grandma moved in this immigrant family. It was Liliana and Jose, right? These guys didn't speak hardly any English, and uh, what happened is Jose got caught doing something and got sent back to Mexico, right? And I found out about this one day when went to visit my grandma. So I'm a little kid, right? You know, maybe 12, 13 or whatever. And I spoke with Liliana and I was like, "So Jose's gone. You know, what are you going to do?" She was like, "Oh, it's okay. He'll be back 3 days. 3 days, a week, he'll be back." She was not worried about it at all. Like, he basically would just go there, get dropped off, and sneak fucking back. You know, like it was no big, it wasn't hard. You know, not worried a bit. And I was just like, what? And he came back while I was staying there. You know, and it just totally made it, solidified it for me that it was like, oh, fuck, she was right. You know, oh, you agree with Trump? Yeah, here's the thing. I think people have become such pussies that when somebody stands up and it's like, "Hey, let's like get normal again," um, people like freak out, and it's like, listen, I'm not saying we're gonna go around and just start hacking people's heads off or whatever the hell you think we're saying. You know, I'm just saying let's just get back to zero. You know, and but what's crazy is since he's not saying things that are crazy, like people have to put words in his mouth. And there's people that want to hate him so bad that they believe the crazy shit that's said about him. And they won't do any research to look into the stuff. It's retarded. Yeah, well, I time will tell. You know, I think that things wax and wane. You know what I'm saying? And I think that if the next president isn't someone like another Trump, people are going to go further extreme than it was before, out of spite. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, I think that that could be part of the plan. It could be that the people that run the show actually understand human nature and they know that that's how people will respond, you know, because that is the ultimate goal, right? Is to get things as messed up and as crazy as possible, you know. But time will tell. I'm not one of those people that's, so crazy about Trump that he can't do any wrong ever. And I'm also not one of those people that hate Trump so bad that I can't even laugh at him when he's like being funny because I fucking just hate him. It's like, dude, calm down. Can you not see how ridiculous that was? That was fucking hilarious. He suggested we like. Yeah, I've I've I watch a few videos by people that have moved away from Canada. And they've moved away from Canada because Canada has become like these now I'm not saying everybody's like this. No place is 100% anything anywhere, right? But um these people have moved to America because like the wokeness has like lost its fucking mind up there. At least wherever these people were living. And they're like, yeah, no, we can handle the type of woke you got here. You guys just are you guys are just crazy. They're insane. You know. Liberalism has embraced terrorism. Well, right. Well, we gotta. This all goes back to the spirit, right? We need to recognize the spirit that's behind both of those movements, right? Like evil, like locks arms with evil, you know. This is why you've got, like gay people um like going out and protesting for groups that will kill them. As nonsensical as that is, you know, if they uh, it's been happening up here since the 60s, then took a hard left in the 70s. I really wish I could look up. Well, I can look it up. Maybe I'll do that. I've got my laptop right here. But CJ, you should look up the yeah, Queers for Palestine. Right. That's basically what I'm referring to. But CJ, there's this professor, I think he was, but he looked up, or not looked up, but he researched all the advanced societies, right? And he found that all of them fell 3 generations after their sexual revolution, right? A society has a sexual revolution, and then 3 generations later, they collapse, right? They have a sexual revolution, then they have a homosexual revolution, and then they blur the sexes, right? And what happens is they either collapse from within, right? Because nobody's compass is pointing north anymore and they lose track of fucking up. Or they get invaded by a neighboring society that isn't suffering from this bullshit and they're easily defeated by this group that, you know, isn't a bunch of Nancy boys, you know. And you can also look at the statues from history and see that it supports it too. You know, like a society will be birthed and all their statues are, you know, strong, masculine looking, and then the last statues that they make are like you can't tell the difference between the men and the women. You know, the only thing that lets you know that it's a male is it has like the king's name at the bottom. You know, but it has, you know, boobs and uh, childbearing hips, and you know, a lot of that stuff has been destroyed. You know, because you know they start, you know, the people that live there either started, you know, losing their minds and tearing down statues and ruining things, or they get destroyed by the neighboring groups that come in and take over, you know. But let me look it up real quick. I'll look up the dude's name, and you can read it. I'm not lying to you. But this guy, he looked up, he did research into basically every advanced civilization. I mean, there's some civilizations that never got to an advanced level, you know. But um, okay, perspective found in some sociological texts suggests a correlation between a societal's embrace and increase in sexual freedom and a subsequent societal decline or collapse, often estimated. Okay, so it's uh, it's J.D. Unwin. Okay, 1934 book, Sex and Culture. Let me see. So, um, let me flip this around for you. That's the dude's name. That's the name of the book, Sex and Culture. Um, so it this book talks about an erosion in marital norms, the impact on children, social and cultural decline, and historical examples. It's important to acknowledge that the relationship between societal change, including shifts in sexual norms, and societal decline is a complex and highly debated topic in society, history, and anthropology. Sure. Yeah, whatever. AI. How about we just stick with what the fucking book said? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't just some guy that was like, I think, you know, he he was educated. Right. Right. Um and what I think is kind of weird is as these things progress, you'll have movements that come out that will call you a hater or call you like basically like a caveman, like if you don't go along with these things. And what's fucking crazy is these are the things that destroy, right? And these people don't really understand. It just goes back to the spirit behind these things. That's why Canada is far ahead of you guys so far. Um, um, what do you mean by far ahead? Like far ahead in the progress of decline? She's thanking you, man. She's not. That wasn't an insult. I didn't read it as an insult. I honestly read it as um, I wasn't being clear, and you cleared it up. And she appreciated that. I'm not a doctor. Uh, I play bass guitar, and I smoked way too much pot when I was younger. I am curious about things, and I like to learn shit, but my brain is a piece of garbage. Mm. Oh, what the hell is this? What am I looking at here? Oh, oh, okay. I don't need that. Oh man. Well, I think that you could probably find pockets where um, Canada might have it more solid, because there's more wilderness, you know. Oh, huh. I've heard that it's the same that way here too, but the pet just has to be a different size, a certain size. Somebody told me that. It might have been Rihanna, honestly. She, came from that world. Not the animal shit, but she used to be um gay, and so she's that world is uh gnarly, right? And let me just look that up and see if okay. In the United States, bestiality or having sex with an animal is illegal in most states. Most. Not all states are the same. While some states have explicit bans, a small number, including West Virginia, New Mexico, and the U.S. territories of American Samoa and Northern Mariana Islands, have no specific legislation outlawing the sexual abuse of animals. Some states also have laws with outdated or insufficient language to make prosecution difficult. Federal law. At the federal level, bestiality has been a crime under the United States Armed Forces Code, making it punishable by court martial. Okay, important note. Even in states where bestiality might not be explicitly mentioned in current statutes, generally animal cruelty laws and other statutes concerning public moral and obscenity may still be applicable. Huh, gross. So, Yes, it is. These cases was over a man using his pet on his it was to our Supreme Court in Canada. I really didn't want to know that. Yuck, sorry. It's okay. Uh, you know, you guys wouldn't believe the types of conversations I've had with my mom growing up, and other people on my mom's side of the family. Um, so I know there's some types of topics that make people kind of cringe and stuff like that. But I can literally talk about anything, anything. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't fucking believe what I've had talked to me about from very, very early age. Very, very, very early age. Some of the weirdest shit has gone into my ear holes. you know. Yeah, gays for Palestine. Um, yeah, that's to me that's just it's really weird. It's really weird. Yeah, I mean, you can go to some countries and they just they you know they set those people on fire. You know, um, it's uh, it's it's pretty crazy. And it's not just gay people that they do this stuff to. It's Jews and Christians. And when you have a religion that says that Jews and Christians are the worst of all creatures and to seek them out until they're all destroyed, you know uh like every last one of them, you know I can't quote the surahs from the top of my head, but um I've mentioned this stuff to Muslims that have come into my lives before. Been like, no, no, this is true. Look into it. Look into it. And then they'll come back, a few days later and be like, you were right. I can't believe it. I thought I've been told we're the religion of peace, and it's like that's a new term, dude. And the only reason people are saying that is because they're trying to move into new countries. You know. Yeah, speaking of the goats, is um, I've talked to some people that went like to some of these Islamic countries, when we were going to war, and they said you wouldn't believe the types of shit that we saw through our scopes. Um, and we couldn't do anything, right? Because we are just laying low, but the goat rape and the little boy rape and all these different things that they were seeing through their scopes, um, uh, what is that movie called? Uh, yeah, watch the movie The Dancing Boys of Afghanistan. Check it out. It's an older flick, right? And if you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch it. It it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Basically you've got these rich men over there that that go into very, very poor areas, and they promise sums of money to families for their little boys. And then they take the little boys and they teach them how to dance and sing and do all this stuff. And it's kind of like a game for them. The little boys really like it because they're learning something new and all this stuff. But then when it comes time to perform, they dress them up as girls, right? And they these little boys just get raped. Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube. um and some of these kids have been in it for years now, and they're starting to get a little too old. And so there's got to be new ones all the time. And, some of the guys, that are being interviewed, they're kind of smart enough to like deny what they're really up to on camera. But some of the other guys, their compass is just so off, right? That they're just like, yeah, oh yeah, I sleep with the boys, of course, you know, duh. What do you think they're here for? You know, and it shows footage of like, the kids dancing, and then like Habib, they're a couple Habibs, they're fighting over who's gonna get them. You know, watch it, watch it. I about shit my pants. You know, and then you can like you go to like you these people, they go to like the street vendors, right? And there's people selling food and hats or whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Little lamp. And there's also like a porn station, right? And there's like some of the guys, like they see the cameras and they're just like taking the stuff down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we don't have any of this stuff here. You know what I'm saying? And then other places, they're just like, yeah, this is what we sell. It sells the best, you know? And here, look, you know, come look, you know, like they can give a fuck. It's just normal, you know? And they sell videos of what goes on there. Well, we can't fully trust the stories as to why we get sent over there. Like we get sent over there because we're gonna fight terror, right? we're gonna fight the terror. You know, it sounds good, right? But what happens after you've defeated that word, right? I'm kind of quoting this comic that I watched that died. But he's like, what do you do? Do you move on to horror? You know, like, and he's like, and what's happening while you're fighting terror? You're causing terror. And it's like, oh no, no. What we have a American loving terror light. It's it's healthy, freedom loving terror. We'll call it terror light. Anyways, that guy died, right? He had a really great stand up. See if I can find him. No, it wasn't Carlin. His name was Steve something. No, it wasn't Carlin. Um, Steve Hughes. That's who it was. Let me see if I can find something on him. Yeah, he's an Australian guy. Uh, huh. Let me see if I can find this. If this will play. It's 4 minutes. But this is basically what I was talking about. Flip you around here. It's a stupid Olive Garden. Come on, fucker.
This doesn't even make sense. When's this going to end? When they've got the terror? Relax, it's all gone. We're moving on to horror next. This is insanity. You can't have a war on terror. What are you having a war on terror, are you? That's right. What does war create? So you're having a war against the consequence of the actions you're involved in. Ours is good terror. It's good, peace, freedom-loving terror, you know. Kind of like terror light, you know. Sort of a diet terror. You know. Sort of I can't believe it's not terror, you know. And then we deal with that, and then next what do we deal with? Well, this is all happening. Oh, by the way, the planet's broken. It's all warmed up. And, yeah, we have to fix it. Because we've broken it. And, you know, we've done tests. Who has? You know, experts. Who are they? Oh, don't worry about it. They're here. What are you talking about? I don't even believe in it. People freak out. What do you mean you don't believe in it? I don't believe in it. You have to believe in it. It's the law. Well, it's not yet. I'm sure it will be. But until then, no. Why should I believe in it? What are you talking about? They're running around the world, dropping depleted uranium all over the earth, sitting there letting nuclear weapons off underneath the sea, and the rest of us, what are we going to do? Sit at home with a special light bulb and a shopping bag for life. And at the end of the day, while all this goes on, what else is happening? Well, the X Factor's on the news. This is not normal. It's a TV show. Why is it on the news? It's not normal. When I grew up, The Price is Right wasn't on the news. No, this is not news. This is rubbish. And I'm here to tell you people, being English, the X Factor, what have you done? You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should stop it. I know all countries around the world now have got this kind of stupid shows, but you, especially America, they're too far gone. Doesn't matter about them. You, what are you up to? You can't have the X Factor. You can't watch the X Factor. This is England. You made Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Venom, Motorhead, Def Leppard, Deep Purple, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, the Who, the Beatles, the Smiths, the Cure, the Damned, the Jam, the Police, the Sex Pistols, the Clash, Peter Gabriel, Kate Bush, Jarvis Cocker, David Bowie, Queen, Pink Floyd, Radiohead, Supertramp, Chemical Brothers and The Prodigy. And if you're watching the X Factor after a resume like that, I'm just telling you, you're a bit of a bastard. Excellent time. See you later. Cheers.
Anyway, the dude's fucking great. He's now dead. I think he might have, you know, story is he got sick. Right? Maybe he did. He also gets real political about stuff. Let me see what's going on here. I might be missing messages. Okay, no, I'm not. Yeah, but he's one of the comics that I found a couple years ago, and I just really I really like his shit. Plus, he's a metal drummer. So. Well, Um, I think you can call it terrorism. I mean, if that's part of the deal. You know, terrorizing people. You know, right. Um, but I get what you're saying, Croc. If you have a religion that tells you to go out and you know force everyone to think like you think, and if they don't want to, kill them, you know, and this is kind of like the fine print, like they can't even get into heaven anyways because they aren't Arabic, you know. Like Islam, well, this is what's kind of crazy. Like, there's a lot of Christians out there, right? And a lot of them don't even read their Bible, right? Same thing goes with Muslims. There's a lot of Muslims out there that don't even know what their Quran says. So when you say some of the things that the Quran says, they'll either deny it, they'll do what's called taqiyya, which is lie, right? It's lies that are allowed. It's not, these are lies that aren't considered sins, right? Or they just won't believe you because they're not aware, right? but and but that no, I know, but Islam states that Arab uh, only Muslims from Arabia who speak Arabic can make it into heaven. And they don't even know if they can, if they will. You know what I'm saying? And this all goes back to how their religion is formed. It's because all their fates are decided. Because Allah creates people specifically for heaven and specifically for hell. It doesn't matter what kind of life you've led, right? Like if there's passages that you can read that say that you can basically live the best life and still go to hell because you were created for hell, right? And then there's other people that might live the worst life ever, but they'll still go to heaven because they were created for heaven. That was their destination before they were even born, you know. And well, yeah, the 72 wives is weird too. Like, I've looked into that. Um, Only two of those women out of the 72 are women that went to heaven. Okay. The other 70 are women that are taken from hell. Right. And I don't know why that is. But I honestly, if you look into Islam and realize that it's kind of a perverted, sexual, weird kind of cult, I could see it being like, okay, well, you know, the two heaven good girls, they're not going to do all the stuff that we really want to do to them. But the women from hell, they're down for anything. We're going to give them 70 of those, you know. Yeah. Yeah, you must submit to Islam. And what's kind of crazy is the highest you can achieve, yeah, because they'll be hoes. The highest you can achieve in relationship with Allah is a slave. You can't, um, like, there is no father son relationship. There is no bride of Christ. There's none of that. You know, it's uh, the highest you can achieve is his slave. You know, and what's really crazy is you can go to like Africa, right? And there's like black Muslims. This blows my mind that there's black Muslims because if you read the Quran, um, Muhammad was clearly racist. You know, like he was a slave trader. He was a caravanning goods merchant and slave trader, right? And there's, I forget what hadith it is, so whatever. Or not hadith, but surah, right? Chapter. But it describes him trading two black people for one of another person. And this is because he viewed black people having less value. You know, it wasn't a one for one, right? Yeah, he was and a pedophile, of course, right? But and he also called black people raisin heads. You know, that's what that was. That was like that term, that area at that time's term. That's like equivalent to like, you know, the N word, right? He called them raisin heads. And according to Muhammad, Satan is a black man, right? I mean, how much evidence do you need? No interest if you're Muslim. Wow. Don't you guys have separation of church and state? That's get the fuck out of there. That's crazy to me. You know, to me that's crazy to me. You know, like that's total favoritism. You know, and be like, oh, we'll knock stuff off the price if you're. I'm talking to CJ. It says we have Sharia compliant mortgages / loans, no interest if you're Muslim. You're not seeing her comments. Huh. Maybe there's something you can do, man. You dropped out. Oh, I was just saying, You said we have Sharia compliant mortgages and loans, no interest if you're Muslim, and um, you say you see her now. Um, that's a trip to me. You know, like I would feel weird if somebody were to be like, "Oh, you're Christian, huh?" Well, we just so happen to like do free stuff, you know, for you, because we're we're treating it special, you know. And be honest with you, if it was that way, people would be pissed. I don't know how that can fly. Well, I do. I do know why. Because we know who runs the world, and it has to do with the spirit that's behind both. It's really quite simple. Yeah, true. I don't know Trudeau. You know what I'm saying? But the more and more I hear about that guy, the more I think he's just kind of a piece of shit. Well, now see that's that's going the other way. I don't believe that either. That we should be like, oh, if you are this, we're gonna make it extra hard for you. Um, that's I don't believe in extremes in any way. Our religions don't have a special law like that. They also follow their own marriage laws. Huh? Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some pretty weird stuff. Like I was watching this one video. These pedophiles and stuff that um um get caught doing whatever and whatever. And there was this one instance where the new PM. Huh, okay. Yeah, I'm really not too savvy when it comes to that type of shit, to be honest with you. I'll take your word for it. But this guy, people go up to his house, they knock on the door, and like this older Muslim guy comes out, and they're like, "So, you want to, um, you're sending pictures of your junk, and trying to teach this little kid how to have sex through texts and all this other stuff, and you're talking about how you want to marry them and blah blah blah." And he's like, "Yeah, you know, where like all the other videos, you got the guy that's like, it's not me, no, maybe he runs or whatever. This guy's like, yeah, what's the problem? You know, and they eventually figure out that this guy's an immigrant, and this is like normal where he comes from. He's like, oh, I'm from wherever, I don't remember. And he's like, this is how we do things. What's the problem? You know, I'm sure it is. Um, it, uh, I'm sure it is absolutely demonic. Um, I mean, their religion was revealed by a demon. I have no, there's no question in my mind that that's how that happened. I don't doubt that he was visited by something, right? I don't doubt that. But it isn't what that angel said he was, you know. Like if you look at all of the previous angelic encounters, right? Um, you've got angels that show up. Not only do they understand the entire situation, but they bring information. You know what I'm saying? And his situation, right? The angel shows up and is like not only surprised, but pissed off that Muhammad can't read. You know what I'm saying? And chokes him, right? Chokes him to the point where he's convinced he's about to die, scares him almost to death. The angel releases him, asks him to read again, and he's like, "Yeah, you just choked me. That wasn't school, you know. That didn't teach me how to read. I still can't read." And that infuriates the angel and attacks him again. And this happens three times, and eventually he escapes and runs home and cries to one of his wives, and he's like, "I was attacked by a demon." Um, and you can read this in the Quran. This is what he says. "I was attacked by a demon." Um, and the woman is like, "No, you know, I think that was an angel from God, and you're a prophet." And just basically feeds him a bunch of bullshit. And but what ends up happening is he begins to preach like the exact opposite of what the Bible has been saying the entire time. And I have no interest in reading that shit. What shit? The Quran? Well, see, here's the thing. Um, I want to learn about this stuff because, like the Bible says, we rival not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, demonic forces, right? So we're not supposed to be angry and upset and hate the people, right? We're supposed to fight the demonic world that controls them because these people can come to Christ, you know. And we need to educate ourselves on what they believe, right? Because no cult can stand on its own 2 feet. You know what I'm saying? Because it is wrong. It's wrong, right? Like if it's true, nothing can fight it. It's true. You know what I'm saying? But since this shit isn't true, you can easily refute this stuff. As long as you know what to say. So that's where the value comes in learning about this stuff. You know. Listen, I haven't read their book either. I don't own a copy of the book. Um, I've learned from people that have, you know, and they've given me like the the footnotes, if you will, you know, like, and these are the things that you can keep in mind and have them do the homework. You know, you just mention this. You're like, hey, your book says this. Go home and check it out. And if they won't, they won't. But go home and check it out. And I've converted people. They've left Islam. Like at first they think I'm full of shit and lying and whatever they think. But the ones that have looked into these things, they realize that, I do know what I'm talking about, and I'm not lying to them, and these things are true. And um, a lot of them have their minds blown, because like I said, a lot of these people, they don't actually read their book, you know. They just listen to their imams. It's just like um, like some of the forbidden um, scriptures in the Torah, you know, that can only be read with uh, guidance, so they don't just so they don't just read the text for what it says. You know what I'm saying? Because it obviously says a certain thing, and you can't come to that conclusion, you know, because that isn't good. Right? They have the hadiths and all that other stuff, and uh, you know, it's that's a whole um, can of worms, also. Because you've got some Muslims. Muslims will say that we're all the same, we're all one. Hoping that you don't know better, right? But there's Muslims out there that don't listen to any of the hadiths. They don't take any of them in. And it's basically because of what some of the hadiths say, and they're embarrassing. And then there's some that are like, the the al-Bukhari um, hadiths. They're trustworthy. Sahih al-Bukhari hadiths are, it's tried and true. It's trustworthy. It's been, you can trace it back to whoever that was, friends with uh, Muhammad. He was one of the caliphs, and so it can be proven or whatever. So we can actually trust this stuff. Right. And that's kind of like rabbinic Judaism, right? There's similarities there. Islam is very, very similar to Mormonism in its inception. You know, You got one guy that went out in the middle of nowhere, and the truth was revealed to him by an angel, and he came back and was like, I promise, and was able to convince a bunch of people that what he was saying was true, even though what he is saying goes against the books that he says his book is supposed to be a continuation of. You know, it's very, very crazy. It's like you think it's amazing it got off the ground, really. But it just goes to show that we're dealing with powerful spirits here. Right. I mean, the imams are supposed to be the imams are supposed to be consistent, but you get into isolated areas. I mean, here's the thing, many Muslims aren't even aware that there's, over like 27 Qurans. They think there's only one, and it's, never changed and all that. But there's like 27 of them in print being used today in different cultures. Now, the imams will say that they're just different dialects and whatever, But when you read them side by side, you can see that they say completely different things. Right. Oh, yeah, I don't really put too much credence to, titles. Right. Well, I've talked, or not talked to, but I've listened to some former ISIS members, and they have said that what ISIS is doing is real um, Islam. You know, any other form than that is just dumbed down uh, Islam. You know, they're like, if you want to see Islam in its truest form, look at ISIS. Because they're the ones that are going out and trying to carry out Muhammad's final orders. You know, tied Islam. Yeah, Islam light. Yeah, Mormonism is crazy. I was watching this one video where this guy was he was a Satanist, right? He was involved in witchcraft that evolved into Satanism, and he moved and got into Mormonism, right? And he ended up going up the ranks very, very quickly, right? And he became a Mason also, right? So witchcraft, Satanism, Masonry, and then became a Mormon. And he moved up Masons very, very fast because of Satanism. And then he moved up Mormonism very, very fast. And when he got to the top, he realized that it was because of the combination of Satanism and Mormonism, because the people at the very, very top, like the ones that nobody sees or talks to, they are both satanic and Masons. And I wish I could remember the dude's name, but God, my memory's just garbage anymore. You know, it's like I watch things and read about stuff, and I learn a lot of stuff, but it just goes away because I can't remember shit anymore. Right, yeah, kind of an older guy, bearded, yeah, I think you do know who I'm talking about. There's only one old guy with a white beard. But yeah, I think you're right. We're talking about the same dude. Now, there's all kinds of people that make all kinds of crazy claims, but I think this dude was legit. You know. I gotta stand up for a second. My back's killing me all. My back. My back. My back is gay. I got a gay back. Some purple nurples. Gave it big ribs. Yeah. Well, Joseph Smith became a Mason, and that's where he got the idea for the magic underwear, and the secret handshakes. I only turned half my amp on. I don't know if you can see that. See all the lights? And in this corner, it's red and not green. Let me just see if I can even play, because I'm supposed to play tomorrow. Seer stone, yeah, it's the seer stone. Yeah, Mormonism came from a hat. Yeah, if you look into that whole thing, it's like he found these, the and the thummim, and these 11-foot tall glasses, and he was gonna read this stuff and dictate it to homeboy, and when it came time to do it, he just went back to what he always did when he was doing his snake oil bullshit, and used his seer stone. Yeah. It's not exactly the same, you know what I'm saying? He has a lot of treble. I like to have a little bit more body. Yeah, it is really similar. Hi, Croc. How are you? I'm doing good. How would you drive? I cancel it. Oh, shit. Well, hey, everybody. Meet my wife, Rihanna. She's probably coming in here to tell me I'm a piece of shit. Fark it. Yes. You in there vaping, babe? You enjoying the vape? Or are you in there having a bunch of zins? Yeah, the peeping stones to find people's lost objects. Yeah, who knows if he had any success with that, I'm not really sure. Um, that occult practice, it does actually work, you know, if you, um, I mean, think about it. The guy had to be plugged in to some degree. I mean, the guy invented a religion that ended up taking over the world, pretty much, and becoming a superpower, right? Um, so, to me, that's demonic influence, right? Just like Muhammad. He came up with something and it became a superpower. To me, these things are proof that of demonic influence. Peep. Those uh, sugar covered little chickens, marshmallow chickens. Ha! A charlatan. Yeah. I'm sure for the most part he was, but no, I'm not playing any Tool right now. That's one of my riffs. It just sounds really Tooly. Like when I've listened to so much Tool for so long that I tend to write Tooly parts sometimes. Like there's that another riff that I play that's like this. Fuck. Successful finding stuff in New York with the Stones, so he went to PA to start Mormonism with them. Huge Justin Chancellor's clothes. Oh, yeah, right on, man. I mean, yeah, he's a big influence, man. Yeah, I don't know. I know that he was a big liar, you know, and he literally sold snake oil for years, you know, and he was constantly on the run, you know, like he'd go move to some place and try and start his life there, but he'd eventually like burn bridges and, you know, have to leave, you know, and that's how they ended up in Utah, right? It was outside of the United States, but then I don't remember, maybe it was the Mexican American War or something like that. I can't remember exactly what happened, but where he lived at that point eventually became the United States, and they were too established to move again, so they just stayed, and that's where their headquarters is now. But yeah, he was totally lying, you know. Like he told people that he could read Egyptian and all kinds of shit, and um, all right, man. I'll see you when you get back. So yeah, he's totally a liar. Totally a liar. Oh man, writing stuff can be frustrating. Man, it's getting warm in here. There we go. Let's turn this on. Sorry if this is loud. And turn on the damn AC. Come on. There we go. Oh, it's already better. Followed him until after the Civil War. Are you talking about your family? given Utah in exchange for their military service. Huh. Then how did it get, how did it become part of the United States if they were like their own thing? You know? And they did some pretty messed up stuff too. You know, like dressing up like Indians and then going and killing people, you know? Especially if they, you know, part of their story is like, oh no, the Indians are just, you know, the Jews. Oh, like this, the exchange of knowledge and music. Well, that's cool. Yeah, you know, I like to talk about stuff and think about anything really. Actually, Croc was the one that suggested that I start talking more on the lives because this whole channel just started as the band thing. You know, like I would turn it on and the band would practice, and you know, most of the time I would just come over here and turn it off when we were done. Right, see you guys, whatever, thanks for coming, whatever. And then there was a couple times I actually just sat down and started talking. And he was like, dude, you know, you should like just talk more. You know, you talk about a lot of different things, and you know, you're cool to hang out with, you know. And I was like, okay, whatever. So then I just started turning it on, and just talking about whatever, you know. And people started actually following us. I don't want to say more, but you know, well, more because I was doing more videos because we were just making one once a week, you know. And I started turning it on when we weren't jamming and stuff, you know. So but it's kind of been cool, you know, because the people that come here are you know, mostly adults and fairly normal. You know, sure, there's your casual troll that runs through here. You're old, whatever they say, but you know, those guys are 9, and we don't listen to those fucking idiots, you know. And I can normally clear them out, the young kids, by like just grabbing my vape and taking a hit off the vape, you know, because they're young kids. And you know, they think people that vape are like bad people, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'll get like, you know, 10 people in here, and I'll be like, oh, okay, let's clear out a couple of these people. I'll grab my vape, take a big hit, and blow the vape out, and then it drops to like 3, you know. And I'm not even saying anything. Didn't even say anything. It's just they just leave because I vaped, you know. It was called Indian Territory. Okay, well that makes sense, you know. But and then you know, the other group of people that stayed, I can, you know, normally clear them out by like saying something's gay. You know, like, oh well, that's gay, and then it drops down again. It's like, okay, well, whatever. We say gay in here because some things are gay. You know, I'm not calling it homosexual. I'm calling it gay. You know, I'm older, and when we were kids, we called everything gay. You know, so I clear out the children and the overly sensitive dumbasses by vaping and calling things gay. You know. like just now, there was a few people in here, and they took off. But that's what time is it? 7:30. That happens around this time. I just went to where Utah is. Yeah, that must have been rough. For them. I'm not trying to sympathize for them. Well, I kind of am because they are people, right? But could you imagine, like, just roughing it like that? It's like I couldn't even make it through like the Game Oregon Trail. You remember that game? I couldn't imagine doing it for real. Your clan got dysentery. My family included, they had their own military brigade. U.S. Indian Wars. Huh. Yeah, my wife, she comes from 2 different cults. Her dad's side can be traced all the way back to the beginning of Mormonism. Are you familiar with Bryce Canyon? Like their great, whatever, something is, you got kicked off. I don't know what you mean. What I was saying is my wife's family is was part of 2 different cults. One of them was Christian Science, and their family is generations deep in that. And her, on the mom's side, and her dad's side goes back even further into Mormonism, like almost back to the beginning of Mormonism. And Bryce Canyon is named after one of her relatives. Whatever. Big deal. I guess it's kind of cool, I don't have anything like that in my history, so it's cool, but Oh, you got kicked off the live for a second. Huh, weird. I didn't kick you off though. I wonder what happened. Oh shit, Viola. Look it. CJ's here. $3:32 and you can't sleep. That sucks. I hate that. Is there any reason, you think? Like, did you have too much caffeine? Or something? You got something on your mind? Huh? Apparently the live has been kind of acting weird. Croc hasn't been able to see CJ's comments for a little bit. And CJ's gotten kicked off a couple times. it was acting funny in the beginning too. Maybe too little caffeine. Oh, that's right. You got like the the, the continual opposite day stuff thing going on, huh? Yeah, she's picking my brain like a nose. I got the Riz, the rhythmatism. I got that. That reminds me of that scene. I don't remember which movie it's from, but it's like it's that guy. He's a comic, but he's like more of an actor, and he's got that parrot, and he's like, 2 tickets to paradise. I got 2 tickets to paradise. It's like part of his act, It's like, yeah, I got a bird. Yeah. At first, I thought she was some other person, and then I was like, wait, I think Viola V has told me about CJ. I think. Let me ask if she knows Viola V. So. Two dicks in between her what? Are you seeing something I'm not seeing? Yes. Yeah, 2 tickets. Okay. 2 dicks between. I got. That's funny. Yeah, I wasn't making the connection. 1 second. I need. I'm gonna check something here. Ooh. I've got this AC unit over here, right? Hello, Crystal Fair. How are you? And it has a drain, right? Right there. which I haven't drained yet. And I mean, it's still kicking out some kick-ass cold air, right? She can't sleep, and it's, you know, you farted. That is killer. I'm glad. That makes me happy. Okay, what we're gonna do, fuck it, I'll do it later. I don't need to do it now. It's a sickness. You know, you see something and you just want to fix it, and damn it, Steve. All the way downstairs. So far. Are you in bed right now? I mean, you're gonna have to like get up and like do stuff and like move, and you're on the roof. Hey. Well, if you're on the roof, then whatever. You're on the roof. I figured you're in bed. Oh man, you know, I think it would just be really great if I had a hose that fit that little outlet, and then I could just plug it in there and route it out of the wall. And then I could just never think about it, like ever. Ever, ever, ever. It would just do its thing. That'd be good. Yeah, well, that's I need one that has an opening on both ends. You know. Ah. I only got up to make meals for my son today. One coffee. I was supposed to go grocery shopping. Yeah, we were going to do that when I first got home. But, and pipe it outside. But we didn't. We just went and ate food. You talking about the drain? Yeah, it's I've seen a few that are like that. I own another one. I don't know if it's still. I'm back. Um, Smurf pajamas. But yeah, the other one, it was kind of a ground unit, maybe this tall ish, and kind of a spendy little bugger. And right, yeah, and it was heavy to lift up there before I even ran it, but I will manage. But it had a drain thing and all that stuff. And we brought it out here, but it was like an older unit, not very efficient, and it never got this room comfortable. So it was annoying and stupid. So I went out and bought a new one, and it actually kicks ass. It works through the whole summer, and he got called Smurf in school a lot because you're short. How tall are you, Viola? If you don't mind me asking. 5'1.5". No, I feel like you've told me this because I remember the half talk. 5'1.5". That's right. We did have this conversation, and that's when I realized that I'm like I'm not as tall as I used to be, and everybody laughed and called me a fag. Yeah, I totally spaced it. I should, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I got it here, I put it up there, but I will. But what I'll probably do is, since I can't, open it up there and have it drain all over my gear, I will take it down. I'll disconnect the exit hose, and take it down, bring it out there, and open it up, drain it, and then find a damn hose and connect it, put it back up there, and just send it through the damn wall. So whenever it runs, it can just piss out the wall, and I'll never have to think about it again. Right. No, it's all coming back to me now. Yeah, Croc's 5'8", and I'm 6'1.5". So I'm a foot taller. Oh, okay, that's right. You're an inch taller than Tom Cruise. Asshole. Come on, man. The angry inch. How tall are you, CJ? Since we're getting personal here. And talking lengths and heights here. Have you guys heard of the band Abominable Putridity? It is. It's 1 inch long. That's it. Full attention. Before that, it's more like a button on a fur coat. PEX pipe. I could use PEX pipe. That's cool that you know about PEX. No, but they sound great. Check them out. They're great for a laugh if you're not into that type of shit. The singer sounds like a pig, and the drummer's just crazy good. And I'll just play some of their shit for you. They're ridiculous, dude. The singer sounds like a fucking pig. Like, I listen to it in my truck, and my truck's got a pretty killer stereo in it. Or, well, whatever. And, they just sound brutal in there. You're 5'1", you used to be 5'4". How'd that happen? See, I broke my back and compressed a bunch of my shit, and I shrunk. Okay. Here we go. Not exactly. Cannibal Corpse is they got different vocals, but I get what you're saying. Like, this is probably my favorite Cannibal Corpse song right here. Come on. Shattered a bunch of vertebrae. I was in a horrible fisting accident. Guitarist will sound great when he grows up. What's with you guys breaking all your backs? Hey, some of us break our backs doing crazy shit, motorcycle stuff, you know, um, whatever, sports. Others of us, they have it because it happens because they had a seizure. They just woke up to a broken back, you know, like me. So it's not like I was doing something real cool and uh, fucked up. I just, but yeah. No, it was awesome. Whatever I was doing, it was so cool. My body was just like, ear, ear, ear. You crossed the cool line. Hey, yeah, I was doing backflips in the shower. Yeah. Oh, damn. What were you doing? That's like a lot of, that's a lot. See, I crushed my T12 and, no, I was talking to CJ. She just rattled off a bunch of vertebrae and wow, dude, can you still stand straight? Did you have to get like screws and shit in your back, or they didn't do anything for me, right? Because when I was going to the hospital telling them that my back hurt, they thought I was lying. They thought I was like med seeking, like they literally just told me to like go home every day. I'd go up there and be like, hey, my back's still hurting. Like day one, I had a seizure. They brought me here and I woke up, my back was really, really hurting. They were giving me pain pills and I'm sure I told you guys about this, but yeah, they just treated me like a liar. And it wasn't until I threatened to kill everybody that they were like, how about we start with an X-ray? Let's give you an X-ray. Finally, don't just tell me to fucking go home. No, I have a large pain tolerance. Yeah, but they'd be asking me, so on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your back hurt like? I'm like, it's like a fucking 9 or a 10. Be like, so like a 9 maybe, so a little bit of wiggle room. Whereas so if I'm convinced if it would have been someone else that didn't, look like this guy, some pot smoker, and I didn't even smoke pot, but if I didn't look like this, if I was some little old lady saying, yeah, no, I'm probably at a 9, they'd be like, oh my god, let's help you, let's get you on some sort of, whatever. Well, yeah, you have a high pain tolerance because you're a fucking girl. You know, a lot of you know, people kind of are like, oh, you know, she's a girl, she can't handle shit. You know, well, I don't know. There's weaklings on both sides. I think there's men that have really high pain tolerances, and there's women that have really high pain tolerances. And I think that, you know, but I think the vast majority, women are kind of prepared. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of a stretch to have to wait that long for your MRI. So, did I tell you guys that we're not jamming until like 6 o'clock tomorrow? 6:30. Yeah, I've been airlifted too by helicopter. That was a trip. You know, get up, go take a shower, and wake up in Seattle. You know, it's like, what? It's like, where am I? You're in Seattle. What? Oh yeah, you got flown here. That's a trip, you know. And because I was smoking so much pot back then, they didn't really know how much sedative shit to give me to keep me under. So like I kept waking up with like the tubes and shit down me and strapped to the fucking. It was pretty intense. I can't turn my head, but I do drive and walk. I really did myself. I didn't have a choice. I had to smoke. Yeah, sure. Domestic abuse. Yeah, man. You taking off, Viola? Okay. Well, thanks for gracing us with your wonderful presence. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. So, CJ, you're an hour ahead of us, aren't you? I have severe nerve damage on the right side from the vertebrae collapsing on the nerve. She's a demon for sure. See a litter viola. My bad. My bad is that viola sleeps in a casket. Oh shit, what's up, dudette? Alright, Croc, she's not digging the shit, man. Don't fuck with her, man. Let's just be sweet with Viola. Right. Alright. You probably think it's funny or whatever, but she doesn't, so, you know. Right. I'm not trying to get you to kiss her ass, man. I'm just trying to get you to treat her the way she wants to be treated, man. How am I? I'm doing great. I'm just hanging out with everybody. How are you doing? Cooking. What are you cooking? Something delicious. Huh. White steamed rice with chicken taquitos. That sounds good, you know, fuck it. No, I've seen it, man. I hear you, you know. Guac and pico, homemade. Right on. You know, I bought an avocado the other day, and it was fucking gross. It pissed me off. I don't know what the deal was, but then like we bought another one, like or two. I don't remember. From the same place. I don't think it was from the same, you know, little spot, but they were like great, like really good, you know. So I don't know if like that one was organic and the other ones were not, or you know, I don't know. So expensive just to be. Yeah, the trials and tribulations of pigment. She's doing okay. You know, this whole shit has kind of been like a shock to her system, right? You know, just kind of mentally. but she's feeling okay. Um, um, Hey, you guys, come on. Let's are we cool? Be fucking cool with each other, alright? You guys are both fucking cool. Alright. Just I think you guys are like, interpreting shit that's not intended to be interpreted. Uh right. But Rihanna is like, I think she's gonna pull through. You know what I'm saying? She's having to put on that, the chemotherapy cream shit, and it's, with chemo, it's kind of a targeted type treatment. So she's only supposed to put it on wherever it's going. And so, you know, we'll see you, Viola. Rock on. Homemade sauce. I don't like that packaged stuff. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. Yeah, I was raised on all that, the packaged shit. What time is it? It's BAM 30. Nine p.m. 9:05. Here. What time is it where you're at? Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at somebody else's time. It's 9:13 here. Four 13 a.m. Well, are you back home? So you got a little bit of jet lag or something? Teeth. Right. No, I get that. I had Alberta pulled up here because I wanted to see what time it was there, and so my head got twisted. Yeah, to the teeth. It's kind of a weird way to say, like, firm to the bite. But, you know, they just say to the teeth, you know. Yeah, Jim's is cool, man. Well, I'm glad I could provide some form of education, Gems. Okay. So, Yasmin, are you back home? I'm guessing you are, if it's, you know, that time. And how long were you in Tennessee? Yes. Mr. Sesame Street. Now every time I hear Sesame Street, I think of Jeff and John. She's she's inside, probably laying down. She just got kind of diagnosed with like a form of skin cancer. So she's dealing with that. She had it like burnt off. All right, Croc. On her forehead. You know, she's a redhead, so she's like susceptible to sun damage and, you know, all that shit. She's sensitive. And she had like these like little sunspots, you know, that were kind of appearing. So she decided she was going to go and get them checked out. And the doctor was like, you know, you're lucky you came in here. These are like on their way to becoming cancerous. And so they burned them off with liquid nitrogen. And then they gave her like this chemotherapy cream stuff that she can put on there. And, you know, she can't let the dog lick her face, or she's got to like remove her pillow from the bedroom, and so the dog doesn't get on it. And, you know, it's kind of a hassle. But we're just kind of hoping that it all, you know, goes away. And she's going to wear a hat forever now. So, in the sun. But right now she's inside, you know, relaxing. Probably watching some stupid show and, I don't know, chilling. Yeah, I am too, you know. Um, um, yeah, the doctor said that he was surprised that uh, um, he was surprised to see this type of stuff on somebody as young as her. He'd never seen this before. Um, Tell her to open a channel. I'll watch the show with her. Okay. What does she like? She likes um, like she's about to start watching that Twisted Metal new season that's come out, which I'll probably watch with her because that's pretty cool. I mean, the acting's terrible and shit, but you know, whatever. And there's also that Resident Alien show that she's into. But these are just kind of like one-offs, you know. If I were to pick like a genre that she likes, she likes all kinds of genres as long as they have like pretty people in them that have problems and lots of backstabbing, and you know, there's some sort of love story intertwined in it, and you know, it's drama, you know. So I'm glad you can dig it. I don't know anybody that does like backstabbers, you know, like you know, like somebody that's gonna be like, you know, things are just, you know, going too smoothly. You know, what I really could use is like an asshole. Yeah, she can rock the hats. Yeah, she calls the hat that she wears her old lady hat. So I like backstabbing drama. Like the show You. I haven't seen that. Psychological backstabbers. Yeah, no. Yeah, like gaslighting, you know. That's manipulative type shit, you know. The mental gymnastics, you know. I try to keep that stuff away, you know. Which can be pretty easy, you know. People will show hints of themselves, you know, so and you know, as soon as that shit starts rearing its ugly head, you just, peace, man, you know, you can go be miserable on your own. You don't need to use me as some sort of pawn, you know. All right, man. You getting off? I forgot where I found you, man. It was a nice channel. I think I found you on yeah, that was Han Solo with the two guys that were playing drums and guitar. Yeah, the basement. My mother. What do you mean, Gems? My mom's been dead for years. It's a Croc. Croc is the one that just lost his mom. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's a right. No, I get it now. She corrected herself. Yeah, that room's cool, man. I've been going there for, I don't know, over a month now or something. Maybe two. They jam every Thursday, and they have been talking about maybe adding another day, right? But right now it's just been Thursdays, and everybody in there is cool. You know, like everybody in the chat's cool. The two guys that run it are cool. You know, they're. I mean, Jeff's like 52, and John, the guitar player, is like 65 or 66 or something like that. So these guys are older dudes, and they, you know, they're over the bullshit. And yeah, it's just a cool room. You know, everybody kind of, you know, lovingly talks shit with each other. And what I think is kind of the coolest part about it is when trolls come in, right, which they inevitably do, Jeff, the drummer, just starts singing to him. You know, he'll start making lyrics out of like whatever they're saying, or turn it into some sort of topic, you know, and he just starts singing to him and shit, and you know, because he kind of understands that these people are acting this way because they're miserable and they probably just need attention, and so he just feeds it to them, and eventually they either leave because they don't know what the fuck to do with the situation, or they return and apologize and just become fans. You know, it's a good time there. I dig it. In fact, I'm at some point I'm probably going to go down there and jam with those guys, but it's like 2.5 hours away. So nothing crazy, but you know. Sit in the field and watch a quiet live. Well, you'd probably dig these guys, CJ. They're you can't help but like these people. They're just cool dudes, you know. They're super chill. They just sit in their room and jam in the basement, and they smoke a lot of dope and rock out, you know. Okay. Yeah, keep coming, Yasmin. It was cool to see you pop up, man. That was pretty cool. You know. Yeah, all the mods in that channel are pretty solid people. I don't know them, you know what I'm saying, but just by their um yeah, you probably won't be able to click on the link. The best thing to do is just kind of like copy it into the comments, right, and then copy that and then post it somewhere to search for it. Oh, yeah, it's stumbling upon me. Yeah, there's a few people that I find, right? Like, like I'll be going through the lives and I'll recognize somebody and I'll be like, hey, shit, bam, and, 'cause right, well, yeah, Croc, I mean, shit, I've got your damn phone number, I'm just saying others, right? Um, um, what was I saying? But yeah, you run into people, and it's always cool, you know. And somebody like me and you, Yasmin, we got similar interests. We both like music and shit, and I've seen you in a few other places. It's not just where you chill. I've seen you in a couple of other places. Mostly music shit. Yeah, I do have I do have your address now. Right. You got mine too, so whatever. Uh, But I'm like the type of guy that you can give your address to and you don't have to worry about me, like, I don't know, sending you a box full of, I don't know, cut off fingers or something fucking weird, you know what I'm saying? Some crazy shit, Or me showing up being like, hey, like, I thought we were friends. Huh? Some weird shit, I met a couple people on here that they got fucking weird on you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, dude? Jake, how you doing, homie? Right, right. Yeah, just write it down. That's what I got to do with a lot of shit. Like if he puts a post in mine, it comes up as blue and I can actually click it, but if I click it, it'll shut down this damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Which is it's kind of bullshit. It should be, blue for you, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I'm still learning, man. I'm not a doctor. You know. Oh, you subbed to him. That's cool. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure she can. I'm sure she can see it, man. It's just not like usable. Yeah, no, I know, I know. Northwest. We talked about the 425 and how that's your area code, and I said that I was 360, and you're like, well, I don't really tell me much. 360 is, fucking huge. I was like, well, yeah, you know, but that was a long time ago. I think that was like the first time I went to your stream or something. Uh, yeah. Well, everybody that comes in there, everybody. Uh, well, some people fly under the radar, but most of the time, everybody that comes in gets greeted, and especially if somebody comes in and they're known by, especially one of the mods or, you know, somebody like me, you know. But yeah, I'm not saying make it a habit or anything. Well, go ahead, fucking make it a habit. Keep going. Every Thursday, we'll be there. You know, fuck it. Everybody. Even Gems is she came in once, and I think Jeff even sang her a song or some shit. Started singing about her. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I think she's only been in there once though. Yeah, man. Have him check it out. I bet you'd probably appreciate John's, you know, playing. They're not the same, right? Homeboy's like, super, super technical and really, really clean. And John's fucking way baked, you know. Gems. Have you been here or did you just get back? Or were you eating your food? Oh, you're on a call. Oh, good. You missed all the shit we were talking about, shit. We were like, God, that fucking Gems, dude. Hey, so I'm gonna take a picture of that package. It's at the house, right? Rihanna brought it home, and so I'm gonna show you how we wrote it down, and see if you can figure out why the fuck it didn't work. You know, because it's like there's just a couple little tweaks, and you know, like I mentioned to you, it's like, really, this is your job. You know, you couldn't put this together, you stupid ass. But then you mentioned that you had some problems and you had to like bring your ID and for homeboy, homegirl, whoever it was, and clear up some shit. And it was just a hassle, you know. And, you know, after you did that, it was like, yeah, see, it is real, you know. And you also mentioned that it didn't make any sense because, you know, like Uber or, I don't know, I'm guessing like, you know, food delivery or whatever, they can find you, you know, so it's like, what? You know, like, what's the deal? Gems, she kills people for a living. Yeah. Some people, you know, they put their dog to sleep or their cat to sleep. Gems does that to people. A Kevorkian. So you gonna go live tonight, Jams? Or what are you doing? You just chilling tonight? I don't remember what you said last night. Turn that off. He was. Okay, well, if you do, I'll see you. You know, if the notifications keep working, the last night was the first time I ever got one, which is yeah, no, I know that about Canada. Y'all been like that for a minute now. The dying with dignity. You know, that's crazy. Nah, I don't agree. I don't. I'm not into the murder, whether it's adult or even if it's consensual. You know, you get some people that get into so much pain that they don't they stop thinking clearly. You know, yeah, it's overused. You know. Too many puppies. Oh man. Are being trained not to bark at the sight of blood that must be spilled so we can maintain our oil fields. Too many puppies. Yeah. Yeah, Canada's kind of lost its mind. What? Howard the Duck is streaming free? What? Duck tits. Amazon Prime. With a subscription. Is it lagging? Well, you know, I don't know. Earlier, CJ was saying that it was lagging for her, and then Croc said that it was fine for him, but then he said it started tripping for him, and she was saying it was fine now for her. I think YouTube is like kind of shit in the bed today. So, I don't know. You know, you could just be behind, you know, leave and come back. It might update. Okay. You're gonna give me a call when the stream ends? That's cool, man. lost our motherfucking minds. All right. I can see how we could end up in a secular war with Canada because of CJ. Like, because of what she's saying, or she's responsible? So, I look so pretty with my hair down. Yeah, that's what I tell myself every morning, like 6 inches from the mirror, you know, and get right up on it. I'll be like, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you. I fucked my hand up, man. Let's see if I'm even in the right tuning. You had to reboot. Yes. Puppies. Got that damn song stuck in my head now. see you're running the rip-off proper now. Kick ass. Replace Justin Jansen. Well, that would be cool, to end up in the band pool, but the more I learn about those guys, the more I'm like, I just like their music. Those guys are fucking weird. They believe some pretty weird shit, man. They're into some weird shit. Fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm just a big faker. I really am. I really have no idea what I'm doing here. Yeah, mind blown. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to do for this third part here, but I've got some writer's block and it's pissing me off. Something like that, but I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Nah, when it comes to that shit, I try and keep it real. I fake it on the bass. I have no idea what I'm doing. uh, Triplets, yes, I really like triplets. They're I like triplets on drums, in any instrument really. They're I could get rid of the delay for that. It's a little too much. Adam Jones, yeah, yeah. Those guys they're really good at what they do, man. They have their style, and they're just killer jammers. Yeah, I really want to figure out what I'm going to do on that part, though. God, my hand is just killing me. If you haven't learned about this, Yasmin, I smashed my hand with a hammer a couple days ago, and it's coming back to, just a little fucked up now, but it was unusable like yesterday, like 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 picking this up was like crazy talk, and taking the top off was like impossible. I can do that now, but ooh, it was it was a big fucking gay accident. That's exactly right. It was just a whole lot of gay happened, and that was the first thing I said. I was holding this thing up above my head, swung a hammer, hit the thing, hit the thing, hit the thing, then just completely missed, hit only hand, and said, gay. Man, that was fucking gay. Nope, 2 people left. A couple sensitive people. Good. Let's clear out the rest. I'm a vapor. Right. I will. Just for you. I was gonna. My next one was gonna be right here, but since you've told me to settle down, I'm gonna not do that. I'll use my hammer properly. And I won't hurt myself. I apologize. Yeah, me too. And we were going to practice tomorrow, like at 1, and it got moved to 6, which kind of sucks because I had somebody stopping by who traveled quite a ways to get here, and they were going to check up practice and stuff at 1, like our normal time, but it got moved to 6, which sucks, but it's going to give me some more time to heal. So thanks for stopping by, Yasmin. I'll see you. Rock on. Bam. Oh, damn. That's not fun. One of my homies, he had a nail gun, right? I don't remember if it was a framing nail gun or, a roofing one. Probably a framer, right? He nailed his hand to a damn board and had to pull it out with another hammer. Yeah, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. We dig your company. You're a kick-ass chick. But he had to pull it out of his fucking hand, right? Went through right here, right? Completely through. Boop. Nailed his hand to the board. Had to get a hammer, pull it out, and he wrapped it up with some shit and finished his day. And then uh, went home, took the tape or whatever it was off, and his hand just went bloop, and he couldn't work the next day. So shit, hole saw to get squirrely on you. Yeah, they're pretty busy. You know, if she's got time, she stops by and says hi, and calls me a dumb shit, and then she leaves. Sure. Yeah, that's when I say no. You use your foot. You know, I will. I'll tell you. You send your love. She'll appreciate that. David Bond. I don't know who David Bond is, man. I don't know who David Bond. I don't know. I don't see the. I don't. Let me look back, see if I find a David Bond. Unless I see them. Let me see. Yeah, they haven't said anything, man. Hold on a second. Scroll up. Hold on a second. Let me set this down. How far back is this fucking guy, dude? I mean, I'm back here where Gems is, and uh, yeah, uh, yeah. I went back to as far as I can go, dude. Uh, Oh, David AIX. Okay. Well, then I was looking for David Bond, man. Okay. He was posting Israeli flags. Wait. Well, if he's posting Israeli, oh, well, I saw that. If he's posting Israeli flags, that doesn't make that, um, he wouldn't be Islamic if he's doing that. Those people hate Jews, man. Unless he's calling me Jewish or trying to. I don't know. But what I like to do, it was fake flags. Well, what I like to do, man, is talk to those people. You know what I'm saying? Some of them can't be, you know, won over. But like I was saying before, um, their their worldview is founded on like nonsense, you know. So you can um, walk them through just a few things, you know, and some of them can't be spoken to. They just can't. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that. And but others, you can actually talk to them, and they will investigate the things that you say, and it rocks their world. You know what I'm saying? They just don't even know what to do with it, you know. And I'll trust you on it, you know. Um, I'm just saying that I've run into people that, I had some people that were Islamic that okay, okay. I'm just saying I've had a few people come in here and be all, Habib about some shit, and uh, I've been like, oh, okay, that's cool, whatever. Did you know? And they're like, no, no, that's just not true. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not. Don't believe me. Believe your book, right? You believe your book, right? You're a good Muslim. You got to believe your book, right? Oh yeah, of course. Blah blah blah. Okay, we'll just investigate this and see that I'm not lying to you, right? Don't believe me. Prove that I'm lying by going and looking at this stuff and check. And so far I've converted a few, and I've turned a couple others into atheists. That they're not ready to become Christian yet, but they're not Muslim anymore. You know what I'm saying? And they've come back and told me this. Thanking me. And now that the veil has fallen, they don't know what to do. Because like they're still dealing with their family, and now they got this head of this new bullshit. That they're like, I can't even talk to these people. They're fucking crazy. And it's like, yeah, dude. I know. So it's I enjoy it. Hold on one second. I got a message. Okay, I'm back. Damn, that took a long time for nothing. Um, uh, wow, that was annoying. When somebody's texting you and there's like the little blah, 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 they're texting. I'm like, I responded to like the 5 texts, right? And then right after I responded, the thing started, she's texting and shit. And, what's up? Anyways, I'm like waiting for the text to come, and then it's like, a minute or whatever, and then it stops. And no text. Yes, it does. I'm gonna turn my amp off. So, oh man. Well, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna head in the house and see what the wife is doing. She's going to bed, and yeah, that's actually not that bad of an idea. I might get on some lives with some headphones and see who's on, if anybody. If nobody's on, I'm probably just gonna pass out. But I don't know. Maybe somebody will be on that's entertaining. You know how that goes. It's probably might be one or two on. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hey man, you have a good night too. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, Croc. Yeah, shit. Thanks for stopping by, CJ. Um, it was cool meeting you. You seem like a solid chick. You know, like and subscribe and share and do all the stuff and the things if you care to. If not, whatever. You know. You know, whatever. But you all have a good night. Yeah. Cool. I'll see you soon then, hopefully. Okay.